Good morning and welcome to Defending Baltics 2025. My name is Elizabeth Gasan-Malo and I have the pleasure of being your Master of Ceremonies over the next 2 days. I first want to give a very warm welcome to our ministers, Chief of Defense and officers, ambassadors, partners, as well as to everyone attending in the hall and everyone joining us live online from our national broadcaster, LRT. Thank you for being here. This conference was created to draw lessons from the largest war of our time, the war in Ukraine, as well as to confront the threats that now well extend beyond our borders. Europe, as we knew it, no longer exists. And with that, we have to face these challenges with honesty and clarity and bring that clarity back to our institutions, as it is up to us to lead with conviction. Although only in its second year, Defending Baltics has earned rapidly a reputation as being one of the top-tier defense forums across all of Europe, a common place where military, government, NGOs, and academia, as well as industry, speak one common defense language. It is an NGO-driven platform, a proof that civil society can initiate what matters to national security. It is organized by Locked and Loaded and the Civic Initiative Resilience in cooperation with the Ministry of National Defense of Lithuania, the European Commission, the Friedrich Neumann Foundation for Freedom, the Norwegian Embassy in Lithuania, the Lithuanian Embassy in Ukraine, the Vilnius City Municipality, as well as to our media partner, LRT. I first want to give a special thank you to our sponsors, Aselsan, LT Miltech, Euroelectronica, HD Hyundai Heavy Industries, Brolis, Patria, Intellic, as well as to all the partners supporting Defense Baltics 2025. Before we get us started, I just want to inform you with a few house rules to keep in mind. The Defense Industry Expo is located on the ground floor, and I strongly encourage you to take the time to go visit, meet the teams, ask some questions, see the systems in person. For questions, you can use the Ask button that is on the conference website. The platform Slido is live, and you can also use that to ask your questions. Upvote what you think matters most, as this will determine how the questions will be prioritized. Last but not least, only water can be consumed in the auditorium. Coffee and other drinks can be consumed in the area expo. And with that, please give a warm welcome to the stage to the Vice Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Tomas Godliauskas.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, dear Commissioner Kubilius, Chief of Defenses, distinguished colleagues, dear allies. Thank you for gathering here today at the Defending Baltics. This event is more than discussion about a current threat. It is a conversation about how we build a safer future for our region together. And it reminds us of a simple truth. Baltic security has always depended on two things: continuity and collective action. Lithuania firmly believes that security policy cannot be fragmented. We must act as one system, as one integrated mechanism. This is our commitment, a whole-of-government approach where military, civilian, economic, and international tools align under a single strategy. Only then can we respond effectively and on time to the rapidly changing threat environment. Today, that environment demands exactly such unity. Traditional military threats blend with hybrid pressures, cyber attacks, disinformation, energy manipulation, disruption of supply chains. These are not isolated incidents. They form a single, coordinated effort to weaken our resilience. And our response must be just as coordinated, unified, rapid, and strategic. Lithuania continues to ensure a defense budget of 5 to 6% of the GDP. This is not a temporary increase. It is a strategic commitment, a signal of long-term continuity to both our adversaries and our allies. Continuity matters. Our defense posture does not shift with political cycles. This is national consensus. We are advancing the capability of our national division. We are strengthening our air defense. We are investing in drones and anti-drone systems. And just as importantly, we are enhancing the total defense, engaging society, and building national resilience. Our strength lies not only in armed forces, but in a prepared and united population. We also do not view security as something to be consumed. We help create it. And by working hand in hand, we strengthen not only the Baltic, but the entire eastern flank of NATO. Allow me to emphasize one core message. We are strongest when our actions are consistent, our policies coherent, and our institutions aligned. This is the path to the long-term security. This is the backbone of the Baltic defense. Good luck strengthening it. Have a great conference, everyone.
And it is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage the European Commissioner for Defense and Space, Andrius Kubilius.
Dear ministers, dear generals, dear Baltic friends, dear brothers and sisters in arms, thanks a lot for inviting me to this very important conference. The title of this conference contains two of the most important elements of today's discussions on defense in Europe: how to defend the Baltics and what to learn from Ukraine, and how to learn. Those are the most important questions not only for the Baltic states. These are also the most important questions for the European Union and for NATO: how to defend the Baltics and how to learn from Ukraine. The urgency of the first question comes from the public statements of our intelligence services, including from Germany, Denmark, Finland, the Netherlands, and from our region, that Putin can be ready to test Article 5 during the next 2 or 4 years before 2030. We can just guess that in such a case, Baltic states will be one of the preferable targets of the new Kremlin aggression. It will be an aggression also against all of NATO and against all of the European Union. I would like to remind that the recent famous book, If Russia Wins, a Scenario, by Carlo Massala, the well-known German analyst, who is also a professor in Bundeswehr University, presents a threatening scenario when NATO fails to agree on how to react when Narva is occupied. I don't want to elaborate on Carlo Massala's scenario, but defending the Baltics means to be ready for different scenarios. And that readiness needs to be elaborated both by member states, in this case by the Baltic states, but also by NATO and by the European Union. And I would like to remind everybody that the Treaty of European Union contains a famous Article 42.7 on mutual assistance in the case of military aggression against a single member state, which some experts are calling a stronger one than NATO Article 5 in terms of the obligations of member states to help each other. But my talk today will be devoted not to discuss how NATO or EU is preparing to defend the Baltic states, but more to how the Baltic states are preparing to defend themselves and at the same time to defend the whole European Union, and how the Union can help the Baltic states in this heavy strategic task. And I will not give you well-known traditional recipes, and I will not try to tell you how you need to use the instruments which we recently created, like Rearm Europe program, safe loans, or forthcoming EDIP, European Defence Industrial Program, and their possibilities to develop your defense capabilities. And I will not talk yet about the big package on military mobility we will present this week. Instead, I will try to talk more about the great strategic issues, the key choices we need to make, which still remain as rhetorical questions, but which nevertheless demand our quick answers in order to be ready to defend ourselves. And especially when I see in the audience and in the program representatives of Ukrainian armed forces who can give us the most precise answers to all the questions related with our readiness to defend ourselves. My major message today: let's ask Ukrainians how to be ready for defense and how they can help us to be ready. My first rhetorical question: why are lessons from the Ukrainian war of defense coming so slow to our knowledge and to our decision-making at the highest military and political level? Why did it take us more than 2 years and the trigger of the Russian provocation with drones against Poland and also against Baltic states and Romania to understand that we are not ready to detect Russian drones and to destroy them with cost-effective means? Despite the fact that all of us we witnessed how drones are being massively used on Ukrainian front lines starting from the year 2023. And now we have the end of 2025 and the forthcoming 4-year anniversary of Russian war against Ukraine. The Russians are learning. Are we? My second question: what do we need to learn? Do we fully understand how modern warfare doctrine is changing? I hear very strong messages from General Valery Zaluzhny, who is now Ukraine's ambassador to the United Kingdom, that in the European Union we are not preparing ourselves to fight the wars of tomorrow, which Russia is now waging against Ukraine. And up until now, I have had possibility to read only United Kingdom 2025 UK Strategic Defence Review, which shows that they really learned the lessons from Ukraine. In the future, the British military will prepare to strike 80% of targets with different types of drones and missiles, and only 20% with classical means, tanks and artillery. Very much like they are doing in Ukraine. What's about us in the Baltics? Where are our strategic defense reviews? And in addition to that, we need to answer ourselves the question: what do we need to be ready for? For a classical war of aggression with tanks and artillery rolling all over our borders, which triggers the Article 5 of NATO? Or do we need to be ready for an increasing scale of dangerous provocations against us, but which are remaining below Article 5? And are we preparing ourselves for such kind of aggression when not tanks will roll over our borders, but only drones and missiles will attack our energy infrastructure and will destroy it? My third question, related with the second one, is: what do we need to learn from defense technological innovations in Ukraine? Do we need to learn how learn from Ukraine how to produce drones, or do we need to learn from them how to create proper innovative defense ecosystems which unites drone production, innovation, and operation of them into one uniquely dynamic system? My clear choice is the second. We need to learn an ecosystem in which dynamic industry and drone producers brings dynamism into actions of military forces. And in such case, even the state bureaucracy needs to adapt for that kind of dynamism. For us, better to learn all that before the war than during the war. That is why this week we shall present in Commission the Defense Industry Transformation Roadmap to push forward transformation of our defense industry. And the question number 4, how do we learn from Ukraine? Alone or as a frontier region? My answer again is very simple: as a region. Why? Because in the case of Day X, regional capabilities of eastern flank countries to give a united and collective defense response before the NATO response will come can be a more important factor than individual capabilities of each country. That is why the Eastern Flank Watch, the project initiated by Baltic states and Poland, supported by all the frontier countries, and now defined by the European Commission as one of the initial 4 most important flagship defense projects of the European Union, is so important for the whole frontier region, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, from Finland down to Romania and Bulgaria. We need to learn how to do defense together and how to develop such important projects together with Ukraine and including Ukraine. And the question number 5, why do we need to build Eastern Flank Watch together and including Ukraine? Because this is the only way how we can learn from Ukraine not only how to make drones, but also how to build the whole ecosystem. Because the wars are won by defense ecosystems, not just by technologies or drones. And second, if frontier countries will learn how to build the Eastern Flank Watch together with Ukraine, this knowledge of modern warfare will start to spread to other regions of the European Union. And the last argument, building it together with Ukraine will allow us also to learn how to do common defense of our region and of the whole European Union together with Ukraine. And that is most important thing that we need to learn, and to learn now. The question number 6. Do we need a battle-tested Ukrainian army as a core of Eastern Flank defense? We need to remember that if day X comes and Putin decides to test Article 5 somewhere in the Baltic region, we shall face the aggression of a Russian battle-tested army, which is now much stronger than it was back in February 2022, and is able to use millions of drones. Ukrainians are saying that Russians are as good as defenders of Ukraine in using drones. Are we also so good? Are we really prepared for such a day X, despite the fact that we do not have battle-tested armies in the Baltic states? And here comes the strategic question. How we can integrate Ukrainian battle-tested defense capabilities, both of the battle-tested 800,000 strong military forces and battle-tested Ukrainian innovative defense industry with our, both of the European Union and of our frontier or Baltic states defense capabilities. If we do not do that, we shall make a historical mistake. We shall leave us weaker, and we shall leave Ukraine weaker. We should remember that integration of Ukraine with the European Union is, of course, very much needed for Ukraine. And Ukraine deserves that, despite all the recent corruption scandals. But what we need to stress, and Baltic defenders should do that, is that Ukraine integration is also a vital interest of the European Union, because that is how real European defense readiness can be built before 2030. The initiative for making such an integration a success should come from the Baltic countries. It's what defending Baltic should be about. And my last question, instead of conclusions, question number 7. Can we in Lithuania have an Ukrainian battalion next to the permanent German brigade and next to rotating US battalions? I hope that it's obvious why I am asking this rhetorical question. It's not because I doubt the German brigade or US troops. They are great. And it's not because I doubt Article 5. Not at all. But we Lithuanians will learn in our history that it's better to have multiple guarantees for our security. It will be good next to NATO Article 5 guarantees to have also European Union Article 42.7 guarantees with a clear mechanism how they will be implemented. It will be good also to have guarantees that all the Eastern Flank countries will come to defend each other in the same way as they are preparing to defend themselves. And it will be good that the battle-tested Ukrainian army, after peace has been established in Ukraine, would be ready to be present in all the countries of our frontier region, starting from the Baltic region and in Lithuania next to German brigade and to rotating US battalions as additional guarantee for our security. My message today is very simple. Baltic defense can be built only together with Ukraine and together with the whole frontier region. That can be done only if the Baltic region will start to look not only at what needs to be done in each Baltic country individually, but also what needs to be built together in the whole Eastern Flank region, including Ukraine. Baltic initiative here is more than welcome, and the same with the European Union. The European Union can help the region if you will help us to help you, if you will be active and visible with your ideas, not only in the Baltic region, but also in the whole European Union, including the Mediterranean region, and including Brussels. The voices of emergency from the Baltics are strongly heard in Brussels and other capitals. But more dialogue emanating from the Baltics is needed with the people in other parts of Europe. Technologies developed and tested in the Eastern Flank will be of a great value also for the defense industries in Spain or Italy. We recently published our roadmap on EU Defense Readiness 2030, a serious delivery plan. I would be happy if soon I would be able to read the Baltic Defense Readiness Roadmap developed together with Ukraine. We are ready to assist Baltic defense. Thanks a lot.
So now placed for our first panel of the day, closest to the enemy, NATO's eastern flank, focused on countries directly bordering Russia. Please welcome to the stage, and pardon my Canadian accent pronouncing these names, General Raimundas Vaisnoras, Chief of Defense of the Republic of Lithuania, Lieutenant General Andrius Myrilo, Chief of Defense of the Republic of Estonia, Major General Kasper Pundas, Chief of Defense of Republic of Latvia, moderated by Dr. Agnes Grigas, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council.
Well, good morning, ministers, commissioner, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to introduce this panel, Closest to the Enemy, NATO's Eastern Flank. And today, here, truly, we really stand at the edge of Europe's defense. And I'm honored to be joined by this panel with three of the most capable defense leaders in Europe, chiefs of defense from Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So again, General Raimundas Vaisnoras, Lieutenant General Andrius Myrilo, and Major General Kaspars Pudans. I'm going to turn, of course, here the main topic of our maybe thoughts and concern is the lessons learned from Ukraine, as the conference implies. And I'd like to start our first question, maybe echoing a little bit from Commissioner Kubilius, who I believe challenged us in a bit, said, have we learned the lessons fast enough? So my first question for Chiefs of Defense, and all of you, maybe one by one, what have been the most critical operational and strategic lessons from Ukraine that have influenced your national defense planning? What have been these critical lessons that you have learned?
Probably I will start. Actually, we're learning a lot of every day, and knowing how quickly technology is changing and how battlefield change in recent years. But main lesson, probably what strike me, we have to use given time, what Ukraine is giving to us until they are fighting Russians and trying to smash them, to time for preparation, time which is very valuable, and we have to use it in a proper manner. Of course, just from strategical point of view, I could say, operationally, we already made some decisions to make preparations, like fortifications, parks in Lithuania, which helps unit commanders to quickly establish defensive lines. But also we are talking regionally about Baltic defense lines, which we want to connect with the Eastern Shield, with the poles. And of course, as the Commissioner mentioned, we have to integrate all lines from up to north to south and to make it consistent defensive line. But of course, it's a lot of different projects ongoing, which is again very important to somehow to connect, because it's not only about national project, but also European Union, NATO, and also Americans, US Army Europe initiatives. And now we have to look not about only what we can do on the ground, but how to integrate with drone walls, as we say. It should be like multi-domain approach, and not just to separate what is on ground, how we're going to defend our countries from flying objects, but it should be integrated and have to be as a one consistent barrier for whatever what could come in Lithuania. Maybe I'll stop here.
Okay.
Yes, if I may, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today with all of you. And critical lessons, I asked myself, and the question was, are we doing the lessons timely? And then when we had to start doing lessons, and I look back actually what lessons we made since 2008, 2014. And for us nationally, I think 2014, where we started to make first strategic lessons, revising and putting in our state defense concept. And I would highlight 2 points probably, what is already what we, I would say, not learned, but implemented lessons. One is our whole society approach, because I think after 2014 we more realized that it's not only armed forces. We might need the support from other else. We've seen different scenarios, what we've been probably planning, well, seeing what's happened in Georgia 2008, and then 2014 was the point when we all started to speak about hybrid threats and something below the threshold of Article 5. And then we understood that it's more about not our preparedness, our readiness, but resilience of whole society, resilience of critical infrastructure, resilience of municipalities and state structures and security organizations. And I think this is the main lesson, what we already, I would say, implemented. How long it took? Well, in the papers, it took 3 years, I think 2018, 2019, once we have in our defense concept term of whole society or comprehensive defense in our case. And this was one of these lessons after 2014. More looking at the military, same, was the resilience. And that's why our decisions was made to strengthening territorial forces, territorial defense. So the role of our National Guard was improved or taken back. It was renaissance of territorial forces, giving them more power and strength into ranks and preparedness. But only after 2022, I think we more started to look at operational lessons. Why? Because I think all we recognize that some basic principles of war, like surprise, mass, economy, well, I would say concentration of forces, and also the initiative is lost now. And we have to look for these new solutions, how to, still valid principles, but how to apply them into our forces. And operationally it's changed, similar like Raimundas said, so the pressure of us was make defense up front, so it's not only about geography where we have advantages, so we have to overcome the adversary advantages, what they have of the proximity of our borders. It was more preparedness of our stockpiles, so that packing up on our readiness on both us, our industry, and so on. And of course, it was more about strengthening or a layered approach to all solutions. Primarily, of course, air defense, but same applies to command and control as a function. So all functions probably made us to look into layered approach. So these are main lessons what I would call at this moment.
Thank you.
Good morning. The main lessons from Ukraine are as follows. First of all, I think the risk of miscalculation is rising. Why? Because Russia was stupid enough to attack the Ukraine believing that they will achieve the quick victory. Now they have false reasons to believe that they succeeded despite of the heavy losses. So most likely we have to read back about our credibility of our deterrence and think how we can be more credible to tell the Russians in the near future. And this leads my thinking to the next point. It's not enough just to build up your defensive capabilities to defend your society against the Russian attacks. We have to also build up the deep strike capabilities that we can deliver the lethal effects back to the Russian territory in the very beginning of the next conflict. It's just a matter of time when the escalation will follow. The only thing what Russians understand is when they feel the pain. And this is quite obvious lesson from ongoing war in Ukraine. If you compare very beginning of the conflict when Ukraine was forced to conduct only the close fight, as it is now when they have basically capabilities and also a lot of effective attacks against the critical nodes in Russian system in deep areas. Third one is resilience of our population. We are living in the peacetime, which is a good thing. We would like to live in peace and enjoy all the good, let's say, sides of the life. But at the same time, we have never yet even discussed about minimum level of the essential services what we have to maintain during the crisis and war. And this is the biggest thing what we can learn from the Ukraine. How people can survive under the continuous attack by the Russians to destroy all those critical assets which deliver also the critical services. So those are the main things. Of course, drones and stuff like that one, what we can see as part of the modern battlefield, this is all important, but I think the operational strategic questions are a little bit different. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up, and again, perhaps with each of the generals, with increasing discussion on drones, with asymmetric warfare, are we really witnessing the end of mass army warfare, or perhaps that has also been misinterpreted? I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, again, from each of the generals.
Actually, anyway, we stick in what we see in Ukraine. Classic battles are ongoing. Of course, new technologies helps maybe shape battlefield, but not necessarily that it's like silver bullet which is changing everything. So, and we saw fortifications, trenches, ditches, minefields still is in place, and it has effect. Of course, for us it's most important how to integrate all different weapon systems and to make a system of systems. And here's the main challenges, because what we are thinking and implementing in our military training, our armory, let's say, what we getting is not necessary that in a few years would be the same. Of course, principles it is also mentioned by my colleagues. Anyway, we have to look for all battle operating systems. Intelligence, how to collect, maybe different means, but it's still valid. Without intelligence, you are not doing anything. You cannot do anything. Fires, whatever, John fires, and maybe with drones integration and deep strike integration, which is mentioned by Andrus, it's very important. And we have to have tools sustaining different. When we come to procurement projects, we have to be clever and such manner that don't have in our equipment, in our stocks, different models. So we have to stick with something more standardized stuff in order to exchange or maybe to be integrated. And a lot of different. Maybe I'm not going to list all different fields where we have to be better. But as you mentioned, mass and cheap with a big amount is still valid. And what you see now, what Russians doing, they are sneaking by small units through Ukrainians' defensive positions, and later on they consolidating and making some problems, let's say, and in the rear. So all current way how we are fighting still has the same basic how to say, basement, let's say, on which build new technologies or advanced technologies which help us be better.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So again, to what extent?
I already mentioned that, and this particularly is driven by the surge of technology and different adaptations in war, what we see in Ukraine, is that this principle of mass is almost nullified. But it's still valid principle and needed principle if we want to have maneuver, because we need forces to maneuver, to seize the terrain, to hold terrain, and that's where we have to look for the newest solutions. But the same, of course, we can say that these technologies brought an end of mass by manpower, by vehicles. At the same time, I would say it's brought different approach to what we understand by mass. We are now looking into mass of sensors, mass of technologies, mass of different other solutions, and it's more massing not manpower or forces, but massing effects, what we want to achieve. Should admit that is also some lessons we're learning, and we fully subscribe saying that it's now the drones and the technologies is something not as a superfluous or additional needed. It should be like a standard equipment within all levels, within all functions, but mainly supporting all the functions. It has a role in intelligence, in maneuver, in indirect fire, and in logistics. And so this is all should be supporting, not as a single solution to the battle, because the paradigm into this is that Russia is doing the same. And if we will be advancing only one narrow capability, and particularly in the area where we see that Russia is quite strong in countering drones, we would probably make mistake, because it's still valid that we need to find weakness of adversary where we are advancing our capabilities. But I would say if we are focusing only on drones, so we are making dilemmas much smaller for Russia, what to develop against us, continuing the primary thoughts about electronic warfare. And that's why we need array of all capabilities, synchronized, let's say, comprehensive, coherent development of all capabilities, augmented by technologies. That's why I say it's mass. As I said, I would say we will be focusing and advice to this capability development is mass by technology, so not replacing mass, but replacing this by mass by technology. And at the same time, just to conclude on this, what is important to understand that at the same time even these technologies will need, these drones will need someone to bring them to the battlefield. They will need logistics, they will need also protection for these crews and themselves against electronic warfare, and they need also robust and sustainable command and control, so they could be really integrated into the operations. But at the same time, it's something will give us possibility to counter larger adversary, as we are, of course, in comparison with adversary, are limited with our human resources, other resources. So technologies, in theory, what we should translate into practice should be that ones what gives us competitive advantage over adversary if we are using and finding a place how to properly them integrate into our operations. As I said, integrating and supporting all functions, and particularly what I'm looking, we're missing with the current drone warfare that we need to find the ways how to break through. So supporting some, again, back in the battlefield initiative and seizing the ground and regaining the ground.
One of the lessons from the Ukraine is that mass reinforced with technology is quite dangerous thing. If you think about the amount of the losses what not only Russians but also Ukrainians have suffered, we have to admit that the mass still matters. But the challenge is that from small nations, from Estonian perspective, we don't have any mass. So we have to build something. And one of the things what we have to also think through is how the mass looks in different domains. Of course, land domain, maybe more troops, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery, but in the air domain, I think the changes have been the most dramatic ones. The massive waves of attack drones overwhelming the legacy air defense systems. You cannot afford the amount of the legacy air defense systems to defend yourself against those massive drone attacks. This is something we have to overcome, and quickly. There is no point to waste billions of euros for legacy systems which cannot be effective enough against the mass coming to the air domain. Also, we have to think through the lens of redundancy of your own systems. We see from Ukraine that replacing the losses, it's a critical one. Building up reserves after you have already committed your reserve, this is the key. And now, how to do it during the crisis and wartime, what kind of assets you have domestically that can produce not only ammunition but also weapon systems spread all over the NATO countries, that despite no matter where the fight is ongoing, we have local capabilities to also produce the stuff what we urgently need, not only rely on the long lines of communication on sea or land or whatever. So mass have a little different meaning, but at the same time, again, one of the important lessons is that Russia will be relying in next conflict on the mass reinforced by the modern technology, which means that they will be even more experienced, which means also more dangerous than we see them currently in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. And General Murillo, if I can follow up, and if the other generals want to comment as well. some of the lessons, naturally a lot of lessons to be learned, but there are, I would say, two critical differences for the Baltic states and Ukraine. One is, of course, the size that we're talking about, the depth of Ukraine, some of the mass that we've been discussing. So we don't have that luxury here in the three Baltic states because of our small size. And second, of course, that we're NATO members. So again, a critical difference here. What would you say are some of, given these two factors, what are some of the good news and bad news for us and some of the lessons, again, learned given these factors?
Of course, strategic depth, it has some impact, but again, probably this restriction is in our hands. With Sweden and Finland, who joined NATO in recent years, the perception is a little bit changed, and we do not have to exclude the Baltic Sea and all these lines of communications, not only by land but also by sea, by other dimensions. It's a little bit reducing attention. But of course, we have to use it during, of course, planning and exercises to check how it works, but now this strategic depth is a little bit, I cannot say nullified, but it's not having so big problem for our region. But of course, it's very much depends on our preparation of. I think it was mentioned a few times, even today, our commitment, because sometimes we are talking about Article 5, but we're forgetting Article 3, that all of us, we are responsible. We are responsible for safety and security of Europe. And of course, having our allies, Americans, in our case, German-led TFP battle group, which is going to increase still brigade sizes, the same relatively in other countries. It's giving a huge power, huge deterrence effect. And when we calculating, anyway, you know, it's purely tactics. In order to attack, you have to mass 1 to 3 at least. If you are fighting in urban terrain, it could be even 1 to 6 or maybe 1 to 10. And of course, miscalculation, what Andrus mentioned, it could be from Russians part, but it's again very much depends on us. If we are not going to be ready, and probably from today's perspective, I'm not wanted to say anything about political situation in Ukraine before war, as this full-scale war, but probably from today's perspective, they could return back. Probably they would invest more in armed forces, in deterrence, and so on. That's why what I mentioned at the beginning, time is very crucial for us. We have to use this time to prepare ourselves to buy something to make our capabilities, which is in line with our allies. And of course, alone we are not withstand whatever aggressions. But together as a NATO, I am a strong believer in NATO. So we could manage to deter. And of course, in case if deterrence fails, so we have to be ready, as Andrus mentioned, to strike back at the same time, maybe in a few hours. And it's about the will, and it's not about militaries. So we could advise, we could make a military advice, but it's political decision to strike and to punish so badly that they could not even think about to step at least one step in our territory. So with that, knowing that we are not drawing any red lines anymore, but just go further, it's probably would be one of the options.
Mm-hmm. So I'm hearing deterrence and readiness for offensive strikes. Okay, thank you.
If I may add to all what Raimondas said, I think definitely is this difference in geographies in our disadvantage from one point as a depth. Of course, geography itself is here in Baltics more, of course, defense supportive. But at the same time, it makes also Russia probably to think what are their objectives and probably thinking of what is a different approach. And that is for us to mainly understand what are their objectives could be, taking into account their advantages. They definitely perceive that they have this advantage, territorial advantage of their proximity. Definitely they have previously, before 22, even more, we observed that they have the advantage of sustaining constant operations. So we've seen them very actively exercising and maintaining their troops out of garrisons in training areas for much longer periods. So their, I wouldn't say suffering, but ability to keep soldiers out in the fields is much more surpassing our ability of doing so. The combat readiness is their advantage. At the same time, with possibility as offender or aggressor also on decision making. So what is our main task here as against these disadvantages is to deny them quick victory. So that's what they probably most looking for, this achieving quick victory, and this should be our main goal. And what Raimundo said, of course, one is part already is, I would say this is a third step or third phase when we have to demonstrate our resolution to being capable of striking back. But before achieving this, there's two other points already mentioned here, but for my main comprehensive operational approach is one is our survivability, so our air defense, our forces can survive first shock, and also survivability of our C2 systems and so on, so we can communicate, understand first of all what's happening, so situation awareness and understanding. And second, of course, is very quickly to fix or block or stop adversary where we want them to be later already engaged. So that's why our all three Baltic states and I would say also Poland, of course, initiative about our Baltic defense line is very significant. What is mainly focused on enabling terrain. So as I said, we are not now focusing on in depth where we can use terrain features. So it's opposite. We're making terrain features already on the border. So that's why it's very important second phase. And once adversary is packed into engagement zones, still in pipelines, waiting on our borders, I think this is their vulnerability when we all collectively, I hope, with our allies, we can decisively strike. And I think this might bring a message that they will not achieve very quickly the results. And still, already in Russia probably also makes their decisions much easier to stop further aggression when they are not stuck in and cannot, so let's say, explain the withdrawal to their population, I mean Russian population.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking on the geography, we don't have any strategic needed operation depth. We don't have space, and we have to make sure that to enhance the credibility of deterrence, the Russians must understand that they don't have sanctuaries as well. So we have to also mass all the effects as part of the collective defense approach, and we have to also think how to build up in reality the NATO's forward defense concept. First, I think we have to integrate Ukraine into the NATO's forward defense concept without full membership in near future. And after that, we have to also communicate to the Russians that they will not succeed. And to achieve this one, we have to build up starting belief by ourselves and convince the Russians that we are not only combat ready, but we are ready to win in the very beginning of the next conflict. And this is the key. As long as Russia will believe that they can achieve some kind of strategic surprise in some regions, we will not reduce the danger posed by the Russians. But we still have luxury to conduct the preparations. We already have noted that Russia will not slow down. We understand that war will not end in Ukraine. It may temporarily stop, but at some point the Russians will continue. So we have time for preparations. We have to just shift our mindset once again and build up capabilities, what we need to be able to fight in the same way as we have all studied in the military schools, all the military people. Deep fight, supporting the close fight, that's the key. And we cannot restrict ourselves to our own territories. That's something which clearly sends a message to Russians. And it's, once again, it's visible already how Ukraine have been successfully achieving some effects based on the strikes against the targets in the Russia.
Ready to win. I think this is a great mindset to embrace. And this brings me to my next question and discussion, and you've already all touched on it. You've touched on this concept of societal resistance, whole societal defense, societal readiness. And I think all of these are really necessary to be ready to win, and maybe even ready, as you had discussed, General. ready even to strike, right, in offensive strikes. I wanted to ask now, though, maybe each of you, one by one again, to what extent do you believe your society, and here not only the military, but really the businesses, the political leaders, the civilians, to what extent they are ready, they truly understand the risks today, and to what extent they are ready. Well, initially I was going to ask not only to bear the costs of total defense, but I will say now ready to win.
Yeah, actually, for us it's much easier because it's only 35 years when we regain our independence, and our society remembers these times when we were under Soviet rule, and of course this consolidation among society is still strong. But of course, we live in liberal democracy, and of course this way of living from West is coming, and it was already mentioned today. It's very comfortable life, and sometimes we have this wishful thinking that it's nothing touches some all atrocities, all crises will overcome somehow, and maybe someone else could make it. And I think the best ever historical moment that we managed to join NATO 20 years ago, and of course, it's on one hand it gives us sense of security. On the other hand, sometimes people believe, and I personally hear a lot of discussions that now we are part of NATO and NATO will come and defend us, and this was wrong assessment, and we didn't do for years in order to make our armed forces strong, our society strong. What now after? Of course, it's sad to say that only full-scale war in Ukraine was like wake-up call to all, even for politicians, that we have to invest more in deterrence and to understand that we are part of NATO. NATO do not have any other armed forces or capabilities. We are us all together. So it very much depends how much we commit to it. And of course, being here in as a frontier countries, we share bigger burden, of course, in defensive, and 5.38% from GDP for next year probably is a huge achievement, and for overall for all NATO countries to at least to have 5% from GDP to investment in our defense, it's very important. Society, at least what I observe in Lithuania, I think it's, as I mentioned, this was a wake-up call. So a lot of organizations, and I'm glad that Rifleman Union getting some strengths, and on voluntary basis, they're helping us for armed forces to fill some gaps, and we have plans, and we are training together with specific capabilities what they can generate, and municipalities, government, it's a lot of projects, how we are going to help society from civil preparedness, civil defense point of view. Of course, it's still in embryonic stage, but at least we have some steps already made, and during exercises, and in 2027, it would be big exercise in Lithuania where we are going to connect all different parts and see how it goes, let's say, where is our weaknesses, where we have to strengthen. Maybe I will stop here, leaving some time to my colleagues to answer.
So in Latvia, ready to win, ready for total defense?
Very much similar approach, and as I told, the comprehensive state defense is one of the main pillars within our state defense concept already since 6-7 years. And we went some small steps approaching. First, we started with speaking friendly about these threat scenarios and preparedness with our state institutions, like security institutions, police, border guards, and all the governments and local municipalities. This was first approach, and actually it's revealed that until even 2022, sometimes we restrained ourselves or deterred ourselves to discuss freely and openly about potential scenarios. And that's revealed us some lessons that, well, these institutions, as we haven't worked together as so closely, even expected. And we had some revealments of, well, they all believed, not some at least, believed that in case of conventional wars, this will be armed forces who will take over the civil defense, like all that heating provision in the cities, maybe education and so on, providing food for civil society. And then we said, no, this is wrong perception. We've been doing this apart and so on. And that's where we started to educate. You will still have to carry on your responsibilities, your services you're providing for society, and actually that civil defense is of very most value for us being upfront. So we will be much depending on what's happening in our rear with the society, with our families, soldier families, for example, to keep up our morale. And that's, I would say, I now feel more confident. This level is approached. And of course, similar like Raimundis said, unfortunately, 2022 is something in sort of helped us to explain them. And it's now much easier, even not asking to explain the scenarios. We're just saying we're starting already developing our solutions. But I think next steps where we still need to make further steps is already then more individual preparedness. Also, of course, since 2022, many people ask is what my role, where I can go and where's the evacuation road. So attention is much bigger and not always focused on right questions or right directions. And that's what we are trying to explain through different trainings, assigning the authorities what are doing this. And another part, of course, is our industry. Also with them, we started to work, recognize that you have to be resilient against different threats, cyber threats and physical threats. Still, of course, even this year, all the drone incidents revealed how our critical infrastructure, our airports still are vulnerable to this. But this is what we've been teaching to them and speaking with them. And I think that now gives a new traction into this, that, well, yes, this is something we will be responsible, because we as an armed forces will defend in overall, we'll be defending up in our front line, in our airspace, in naval space. But for civil all society, individual personnel, I think first steps is their preparedness and resilience in informational domain. I would suggest to start with this. So physical is second. First, that their minds are really resilient against what we could expect. Because as we see also in Ukraine, they are most of the targets whom they are through the terror, through the information campaigns, Russia wants to impact. Because as I said, we will feel the pressure from our rear, from our society, and that will impact our motivation when we will be on the front lines. That's why would be my approach. And that's where I think we still have steps to make and for the ongoing. Similarly with exercises, more involving citizens, non-governmental organizations, different. This is in our plans as well.
Thank you. And in Estonia?
The aim of Estonian security policy is to render any aggression unfeasible. And to achieve this one, my nation has given me as Chief of Defense task to prepare for the war and, if needed, to fight and win the war. Quite simple. But of course we understand that this will be common effort by all society. So in Estonia, despite the fact that we tried to lead by example by adding more money in defense budget, already 5% from next year, we all understand that if Russia makes mistake and based on miscalculation attacks NATO or attacks us as member of NATO, we will be in the war. We'll put all in. It's not only about your defense budget. And this is the biggest difference, I think, comparing to our good friends a little bit further away from the imminent proximity of the threat. So that's something what I think in Estonia, not all the people understand yet. But at the same time, we have made the progress, huge progress. And of course, it has been made thanks to the Ukrainians. Ukrainians not only fighting for us, I will argue Ukrainians fighting and dying instead of us. They are buying time to preparations what we can make now. The biggest challenge in Estonian society we currently have that we still don't want to say publicly and start living based on the notion that clear distinction between peace and war is obsolete. We are in the conflict already now. We have felt the spillover of the war effects on our territories. So we are already in different situations which cannot be called as the pure peace anymore. Of course, from Chief of Defense perspective, I have to shape the mindset as well. And I will do that by shaping the mindset in the military personnel. We have to also adjust our conscript service, our daily routines to add to the point that we are not waiting the conflict. We have to build up the real readiness to deny Russian freedom of action in all domains already now. We have to figure out what kind are those so-called hybrid activities, what they can do daily and that they're already doing to shape the basically character of the next conflict. We have to do that one. Otherwise, we will be just following the shaping what Russia is doing. Russia is shaping us to make us comfortable adversary for the conflict what they are preparing for. That's the key. And at the same time, we're also making mistake by mirroring too much the capability developments in accordance of what the Russians are doing. Same applies a little bit to the society. But once again, we have made progress, but we have a lot of things to do. But most important thing is to start believing that we don't have to wait the war. We are already in the war. It's 4th year of the war in Europe. So let's make all the preparations to make our society strong enough that we will punch back if escalation will follow. Because escalation will follow. We don't know where, when, and how it looks like, but escalation will follow. So we have to do a lot of things, but also the role to lead, what to do and how to do it, it's also not only the military forces, but also on the political decision makers. And I have to admit, it's moving towards the right direction, but at the same time, we hold ourselves back by living in the dreams that maybe it will end in Ukraine. And my worst case scenario is that in one day, Russia will say, "Давайте жить дружно. Let's live friendly together." Just fool us again and hide his own preparation to achieve strategic surprise and hit us hard in the time when we are not ready. So we have to use the time, but first we have to understand what is the situation. Fearing to Russia is the biggest mistake what we can make. Russia is not the invincible giant. He's now bleeding, he's suffering, and in the fear of losing, I think also the risk of miscalculation is rising. So we have to prepare for the worst case scenarios.
Absolutely, and this moving away from fearing Russia to really understanding its limitations, especially if we look from a NATO perspective, where Russia is certainly much weaker in every domain than NATO. I wanted to ask you again, how are you moving, or what successes have you seen from moving from this reactive mindset to a mindset that's more shaping the potential future of defense or deterrence? And here you can also, as I'd like to, as we're kind of nearing for end of time, I will also let the audience think about if you have a question to ask, there'll be an opportunity, a quick opportunity for a quick question. And maybe at the same time, if you want to comment on any technological innovations, particularly any cooperation with businesses, because this also creates an opportunity here in this region for great economic growth, innovation, technological development, if we look at boosting this military-industrial complex. So maybe quite a few topics, but whichever one you want to take as we're nearing for time. So, General Vaikšnoras.
Actually, yeah, very regarding industry, our defense industry, and today, probably during this check-in for this conference, you saw some already companies which made exhibition or like presented what we are doing, let's say in Lithuania, what we are able and capable to do, and it's a very good sign. I would say for years this was kind of stigma that the militaries were afraid, or maybe just because of bad examples of accusing that you are maybe somehow promoting some businesses, was almost no discussion. Currently, what I see, and it's very positive, that it's very well accepted that businesses are quite free to come to militaries and to discuss what exactly we need and what specifications maybe specifically what we can do. And I think it's a good sign. And of course, from Lithuania point of view, we just giving what we wanna, but it's up to ministerial level to decide the finalize and to make negotiations. But what we observe that at least in Lithuania, our defense industry was in embryonic, except few companies who were really worldwide known. But currently with cooperation or co-production with other companies, very well-known companies, we are stepping further, and I'm strong believer that we will have good products which could compete and make some place in the open market. So it's I would say good sign.
Thank you. And I see the questions here that I've received from the audience again are focused on the, tech innovations and corporations with businesses. So again, any thoughts on that would be greatly appreciated.
If
from
on
the
this
audience.
particular very short, quickly as time, yes, this is something we're looking also. And my approach was and advice was, what we need to change is our integration and cooperation activities. So I think it's natural is that we as an armed forces, we funded by our fences, by our bases, and it's very hard to reach into us and how we share our operational requirements, transfer them to technical specifications, and then how we test it. And that's why since this year we're working more on creating approach like open door approach, where the industry can join with our requirements. So something, it's not within our promises, but to create some approach at the open door offices where they can work together outside, where the industry resides. That's why since this year we have at least one center of competence for autonomous systems, but it's only one narrow area, so it could be approached also in other areas. And my main plea to industry is not that we're working now accepting what you are only technological. This is device, well, what you can do it, or we asking at the device. It's collective work before we develop device, already collectively agreeing on a concept, operational and tactical concept, how you will deploy it. And that's the venue where I see this could be discussed before we starting producing and acquiring this, that we together develop the response to our tactical problem or operational problem into operational concept, and on this starting or adapting some civil already technologies or developing something new. But I want to quickly also to your question, what you said about reacting to the adversary. I think all what we've been doing last years with our plans, developing NATO plans, regional plans, and our deterrence activities is our response. So we could be the one in acting role, not only reacting. The problem is that, of course, Russia has their advantage what they're doing. And they're seeing that we are only still in reacting role against their malign activities, these hybrid activities on our borders, against infrastructure and so on. And this is where we have to find ways how we could be not only reacting and reacting very strongly against 7 border guards on a border somewhere, and the problem here is anticipation. So what is the next? What is the next cable? What is the next infrastructure they will attack? And once we find these ways collectively, both based on experience, both on our minds, and create our resilience into this, so we will be, again, overcoming this disadvantage.
Thank you.
Innovation and experimentation is the key, because we have to regain the technological superiority comparing to the Russians. We still have potential, but we have to do it. We have to do it systematically and also allocate resources for that one. So it's almost impossible to predict when we currently do the 10 years plans, development plans. It's almost impossible to predict the future. So we have to figure out what will be those new technologies, new approaches, which will give us advantage in short term and long term. At the same time, we have to also make sure that those, let's say, new technologies will be affordable. We cannot go in the way that, okay, now we have more money to spend, let's make everything much more expensive. It must be vice versa. But we have to also maintain flexibility in our planning and procurement process, which also enables us to buy something completely new as soon as we figure out that this is the solution and put aside those old legacy systems. Because currently we are out of balance buying those legacy systems, what we already know that we need, comparing to the new technology which will most likely arrive in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Generals. I really wanted to thank you, and I think the audience as well, first for your service, for your vision, for your candor here today, for this conversation that you've shared. And as NATO turns 75, I think we can confidently say we're stronger today than we were a decade ago, than we were 2 decades ago, and looking backwards. So thank you again. Let's all walk out of this room with a mindset that we're ready to deter and we're ready to win.
Thank you.
Just before you head out, if you could just come back a little bit before 11:10 for the next presentation. There is, as a reminder, the Defense Expo located on the ground floor if you want to have a look. Thank you.
And the beating of the drum, the pop and the snare,
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that little technical difficulty on my end. So we're going to be heading straight into the second part of this conference. The presentation now is Lessons from the Black and Baltic Sea. What have we learned and how can we apply them? And let me welcome to the stage Nick Childs, Senior Fellow for Naval Forces and Maritime Security at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, to speak to us about this.
Tiny groups that can go into the forest. Yeah.
I'm by education, I'm artillery, and I was the witness, like the dissolving of more than half of the artillery unit in our.
Wow. I hope you can hear me. There we go. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation from the organizers to what has already proven to be a most valuable and most interesting discussion living up to the billing on lessons from Ukraine and from what's been happening in this part of Europe and the region. And I think it's already underlining the fact that what we have been seeing is requiring us to redefine what we mean by defense and security, and more than just military capabilities. It's a whole of society approach, total defense or total security. Likewise, Ukraine generally and other conflict and combat experiences recently have also awakened us, I think, to the fact that at the very least we have to change our thinking on what it means to be ready for, to adapt to, and to sustain modern high-intensity warfare. All of it is more than just military capabilities. But I am a naval specialist, and the title of the session includes the words the Black and Baltic Seas, so I am going to focus on naval and maritime issues, and also that the Battle of the Black Sea and what has been happening here in the Baltic has also, I think, been an awakening for a lot of our populations about the importance of the maritime arteries in both supporting and sustaining our societies and our supply chains. And I think that's reflected in the fact that there will be further opportunities to discuss the whole issue of the maritime domain and its significance going forward. But just to kick off, particularly looking at the Black Sea, some of the iconic images you see there from the Battle of the Black Sea, as it were. There you see the sinking of what was the Russian Black Sea Fleet flagship, Moskva, which of course immediately reignited the whole debate over the survivability of surface warships and their vulnerability, and whether they have a future in modern naval warfare. You see an image there of a Russian patrol ship under attack from Ukrainian uncrewed surface vessels or naval drones, and one of those naval drones, a Magura 5 from Ukraine. These are relatively simple images, but I think it's true to say that they hide a somewhat more complicated truth in the maritime space. There is the question that has been raised of whether it's actually a change in the character of naval warfare that we're seeing. Now, I'm a bit cautious on this. In the Black Sea, what we have been seeing is, you could argue, the application of new technology to establish tenets, which are not least, a long history of how weaker powers have used asymmetric tactics against more powerful naval opponents. But this may be an academic argument because, nevertheless, the new technology in question is important, and it will certainly be affecting the appearance of naval warfare going forward. In that respect, we may be at an inflection point in terms of the employment of uncrewed and autonomous aerial, surface, and subsurface vehicles, drones in the maritime domain. Equally, what we've seen in the Black Sea may be largely down to the particular limitations of the protagonists themselves and the very particular characteristics of the theatre of the operations that are taking place in the Black Sea. So Ukraine is making a virtue of necessity without a conventional navy to speak of. The Russian Black Sea Fleet has been a bit of a Cinderella fleet in its history, and the Black Sea is a largely confined waterway with added constraints like the Montreux Convention overseen by Turkey blocking outside naval access. Those are all particular issues, but what's happening and what's happened in the Black Sea, of course, does have ripple effects beyond, and it has highlighted the increased challenges of operating large naval formations in littoral and confined waters, and that obviously has relevance as far as the Baltic is concerned. The extent to which these new technologies will migrate even further into more open oceans, for example, is of relevance to this region, given the interconnectedness with the North Sea and the Atlantic and beyond. Those things will evolve, and at the very least, they will require that there will be an increasing mix of capabilities for all navies, crewed and uncrewed, going forward. But the key to all of this is understanding what the right lessons are and not being totally comprehensive and blanket in our approaches. So, yes, the Black Sea has underscored the strategic impact of the kind of asymmetry technologies that we're seeing at the moment, denying Russia command of the sea. But it has also been a more complex situation and an ebb and flow. Ukraine has been creating strategic surprise. It's developed a complex threat web with missiles and complex naval drone attacks working together and critical intelligence. But Russia has countered, and we've seen increased air surveillance and counter-drone patrols, but Ukraine has responded again. So this dynamic that we're seeing is very much at the heart, I think, of lessons to be learned. And in the naval domain, as on land and in the air, the issue of innovation and the ability to adapt, but also to adopt at speed, have been critical. And one final thought, it is a case in many ways of also not overlooking the basics, going back to basics, and some of the key lessons absolutely of relevance to this part of the world and globally is a broad infrastructure problem. Protect your ports, look at your ports' protection and defences, and also beware a dog that hasn't quite barked in the Black Sea, but will be of potentially huge relevance in this part of the world, the mining threat. It's been there in the background, floating, if you like, in the background, but there have been constraints applied by both sides, really, which have meant that it hasn't been fully exploited in the way that it might be elsewhere and in different scenarios. As for the Baltic Sea itself, I've entitled the slide A Regional and a Global Frontline. And again, a couple of iconic images, the Nord Stream incident and Eagle Sea, one of the suspect ships that is an anchor dragger potentially as far as threats to undersea infrastructure are concerned. Stuff is already happening, clearly, and what these incidents represent, threats to critical undersea infrastructure, hybrid warfare at sea, resonate across not just the region, but actually globally. The IISS runs a couple of major regional conferences, one in the Middle East just recently. We had our latest edition of it, and in the Asia region in Singapore, the Shangri-La Dialogue. And the resonance of what is happening here, and a sense that this region is on the front line for threats and issues that have a connection and are of relevance globally is continually underscored. So who has been testing the waters of the Baltic is one of the questions that adds to that resonance. And you see the third picture there at the bottom of a Chinese-flagged ship that again was a suspect ship, so adding to the spectrum of actors. The Baltic shares characteristics of the Black Sea, absolutely as a confined waterway, but as the map also suggests, It's the center of a much more integrated set of threat scenarios, I would argue, and that has implications for where the lessons from the Black Sea fit into all of this. Some have described it now as a NATO lake. Understandable, given the preponderance of NATO members, which could deny, of course, the use of this sea to Russia in a conventional naval confrontation. But Russia has been equally able to learn from what is going on. Maybe it's been slow on the uptake on some of the new technologies compared to Ukraine, but it could equally play the Ukraine role, as far as the Black Sea is concerned, here in the Baltic Sea, and that is a threat, the unconventional asymmetric challenger, together with Russia's broader anti-access area denial capabilities, which challenge the NATO lake possession dynamic, I would argue. Likewise, the hybrid challenge already posing problems regarding monitoring and identifying and responding, and the world is looking on. So that represents a challenge to the concept of a NATO lake, I would argue. It is in and around the Baltic that the world has been awakened to the dependencies and the vulnerabilities on and of critical undersea infrastructure, pipelines and cables, what is happening beneath the waves. And Nord Stream in particular really did flag up the deficit in NATO and regional capabilities to be able to deal with that. We have been introduced to a new concept of seabed warfare, posing questions which are being answered, but it's a work in progress on what capabilities, partnerships, whether they're transnational, across governments, across government agencies, or with industry, and what of those partnerships need to be framed or reframed. It all underscores the fact that the Baltic is in the cockpit of the issue, which I think is at the heart of the maritime domain in particular, that everything is connected. The region is connected, of course, as I was saying, with the theatre, land, air, and sea domains, as well as all the new domains. But just in the maritime, there is the connection of the Baltic Sea with the partners and inhabitants of the Baltic region, those connections involving maritime traffic, the critical undersea infrastructure, and the maritime connections that go beyond that to the arteries and economic supply chains that also provide the military reinforcement chains that go with it. So what have we learned, and what are we learning about how to gauge the threat in this particular region? One thing is, the other side is learning too. There are shades of grey in the grey zone that we need to be responsive to as we ourselves follow that learning curve in terms of dealing with the threats. The map is from a recent IISS report on the scale of Russian sabotage, suspected sabotage, and other clandestine activities across Europe. But obviously the region here features fairly strongly in all of that. And there is a question about whether the recent reductions, for example, in critical undersea infrastructure incidents that we have witnessed is a reaction to increase NATO vigilance, or whether it is just a case that the other side is changing focus and shifting the goalposts, for example, to fighter incursions and drone incursions into the NATO airspace regions here. This is challenging regarding responses and risks. Certainly, NATO has stepped up its effective use of monitoring. The question is, what then? And again, one of the areas where we're on a learning journey in response to the changing perception of the threat versus the risk, again, is in the awakening of the complexities of today and how global shipping is organized, set against the requirements and the constraints of international maritime law, and what interventions that allows, but also in what circumstances and where, not least given that NATO and its like-minded countries are supposed to be defending, among key principles, the principle of freedom of navigation, how that can be delivered at the same time as delivering defense and security in response to the hybrid threat. So there has been a debate, and there continues to be one, on the extent to which there is room and appetite for pushing the boundaries of interpretation, at least, and enforcement of rules, the UN Convention on the Law on the Sea, as a deterrent effect that can have, but also can have a deterrent effect, but also what risks that presents, including bending the rules so much that you're providing hostage fortune to those who are absolutely in the dock as the rule breakers. And you saw recently the French action. You see the ship there in boarding a suspect shadow fleet ship, pushing the boundaries out a bit further, and I think underscoring the way in which the risk calculus and the opportunity calculus is shifting. That's all in the hybrid space, but of course we'll talk much later as the conference evolves, and we've already broached the subject in these first sessions, beyond hybrid, the scale of capabilities that need to be addressed that go beyond what we've seen already. And you see some of those there, the special mission submarines, the missile-armed submarines, the missile-armed ships that form part of the spectrum of threats that are represented as far as this region is concerned, and the connectivity with the rest of the Northern European theatre. So, where do we go from here, charting the way forward, if you like? As I say there, one of the things that it is true to say is that we, in NATO and across the region with like-minded organizations and countries, have raised the game as far as maritime domain awareness is concerned. You see Baltic Sentry assets there. There is already significant progress. It is the golden thread, maritime domain awareness. Situational awareness generally is the golden thread that runs through all the maritime security risks that are faced globally. And so delivering on that and delivering on greater capability, both within the region, but clearly needing to partner with others in the region, is going to be a challenge, but also joining up the perspectives of the region and beyond will be a challenge as well. More NATO in the Baltic is a general good as far as dealing with this is concerned, but it does highlight the fact that not even in this region, not everyone is aligned on priorities, aligned on leadership requirements, aligned on where to go with some of these. So that must be a priority area to deal with. Secondly, I point there to the coping of complexity. I spoke earlier about the complexity issues that the Ukrainians have been posing to the Russians in the Black Sea, and complexity is absolutely a byword for everything that is being faced in terms of the modern sets of security challenges. I have a graphic there which I've actually borrowed from a colleague representing what the challenges are in the Red Sea from the Houthis, but it makes the point in terms of, and it was mentioned in the previous panel, not only having to cope with the complexities, but also having to both deal with them, but also present them as well as a set of challenges to the other side. So that, as you see the graphic there, a high-speed one-way drone, a naval drone, cheap UAVs, aerial drones, anti-ship missiles, anti-ballistic missiles. And that really underscores the fact that in terms of dealing with that complexity, you cannot have a silver bullet and you cannot have a low-tech silver bullet. It has got to be a mixture of capabilities. So I say that absolutely must involve technology and the embracing of the new technologies to turn the tables and use those technologies against the opponents. But it is also absolutely the case that it is necessary to get the balance right. And navigating that will be the tricky one, integrating the traditional and the legacy systems and not going down a one-way track that is embracing an idea of some kind of technology utopia. I think that is a danger that needs to be avoided. Ultimately, what needs to be done is to do things differently, changing the trade-off between expensive defenses and cheap to counter cheap drones and drone capabilities is synonymous across the board. You see there a test of what will be ultimately a naval-based laser to substitute for expensive missiles. Maybe, again, that will not be a silver bullet, but it must be part of the answer going forward. We're seeing navies embracing the idea that there must be a mix, a different look to navies going forward and their fleets, traditional platforms, crewed platforms, and uncrewed systems going forward. As I say, we're seeing it in navies already. The German Navy plan of 2035 is very much a hybrid vision of the future. The UK Strategic Defence Review has been mentioned already. In naval terms, a significant part of that was the ambition for basically a different Royal Navy to deal with the submarine threat from Russia in the North Atlantic. The Atlantic Bastion is a concept for a mixture of crewed and uncrewed systems going forward. Those are templates, but I would also argue they cannot be fixed templates. They themselves necessarily will have to change and have to adapt as the lessons, the right lessons, continue to evolve as they will and have already. But ultimately, what is, I think, the driver is a genuine expectation and assumption that the stakes are rising and are broadening, and that only adds to the premium on delivering change, effective change, and delivering it quickly. And with that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Now moving on to our second panel of the day, Between the Black and Baltic Sea Regions, Lessons Identified. I'd like to welcome to the stage for this panel George Barros, lead analyst on Russia and geospatial intelligence from the Institute for the Study of War. Again, apologies for my Canadian pronunciation. The General Tomasz Piotrowski, former operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces, Sandis Straters, director for defense technology at the Riga Technical University, and finally, Andriy Yusov, the assistant for military intelligence at the Ukrainian MOD. This will be moderated by Julius von Freytag-Loringhoven, head of the Baltic states at the Friedrich Neumann Foundation for Freedom. Welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, please, you should go. Okay, хорошо. I welcome you here, but ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed also that it is high time that we commemorate the fallen in defending Ukraine's freedom. And for that, I wish you to stand up and hold a minute of silence in quiet reflection of the courage of the fallen and the sacrifice they made and the enduring hope for peace and freedom they were falling for. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are here to, also in the memory of these who have lost their lives in the sacrifice for the freedom of others. And we all know that this war is not a war against Ukraine alone, but against a free Europe. And because of that, we are very happy that the first one to hear is to hear from our friends and hopefully ever closer allies from Ukraine, from Andriy, a few words about the situation of the war and what it means for us.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the people of Lithuania as well as the organizers and participants of today's event for the opportunity to discuss important topics and to remind that a terrible war is still ongoing in Europe, where Ukraine continues to fight against Russia, aggressor. So, the Ukrainian factor in the security system of the Baltic region. Our world changed forever on February 24th, 2022. On that day, the Russian Federation blatantly violated the United Nations Charter and international agreements, launching a full-scale war against a sovereign state, Ukraine, with the aim of destroying its independence. All explanations given by the Russian leadership about protecting Russian citizens, preventing strikes, or defending Donbass are false and manipulative. Putin's true goal is to destroy the global security order established after the Second World War. Moscow rejects the principles of international law, the inviolability of borders, and the equality of states. The Kremlin seeks to divide the world into spheres of influence dominated by a few major powers, with Russia at the center. To achieve this, it undermines the global security systems, so shows mistrust and hostility among nations. In this aggressive plan, Ukraine is only one episode. The Russian Empire, whether called the USSR or the Russian Federation, can exist only a state of confrontation with its neighbors. This pattern is confirmed by centuries of its history. Therefore, Russia has been, is, and will remain a threat to all neighboring countries and to global stability as long as it exists in its imperial status. The next targets of the Kremlin are the countries of the European Union and NATO. Above all, the Baltic states, which Moscow sees as the main obstacle to the expansions of its authoritarian regime. Today, we are already witnessing the implementation of General Gerasimov hybrid war doctrine. Russian aircraft violate NATO airspace, naval and submarine vessels intrude into territorial waters, and the FSB and GRU recruit foreign citizens for sabotage and terrorist acts. Russian missiles and drones have repeatedly entered the territory of NATO countries. If the Kremlin is not stopped, hybrid aggressions against the European Union and NATO will only grow and intensify. Had Ukraine not stood firm, Russia would have directed its military power against the next victim, using Ukraine resources and people to strain its war machine. The resilience of the Ukrainian people and the heroism of Ukrainian soldiers have broken Putin's plan. Russia failed to achieve its objectives in the planned short time frame to force Ukraine into capitulation. Ukrainian intelligence continues to record Russians' violations and international law, attacks on civilian targets, destruction of critical infrastructure, and crimes against prisoners of war. Russia would have long lost the war if not for support from its allies, primarily North Korea, and from certain states that, despite sanctions, still help Moscow obtain weapons, components, and ammunition, and allow their citizens to join the invading army. The Russian-Ukrainian war has become a standing ground for modern military technologies and strategies. Its outcome will shape the nature of conflicts for decades to come. The experience gained by Ukraine at the cost of lives of its best sons and daughters is invaluable and invaluable. This experience will serve not to wage new wars, but to prevent them, to build lasting peace, strengthen collective security, and ensure justice for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrei, I want to also that you keep your mind, because you started with a kind of general statement, but we know that as assistant to the head of Ukrainian military intelligence, you have deep knowledge about many of the things we talk about here. So it would be very interesting to hear your commentary also when you hear us debating among non-Ukrainians on the stage. So thank you very much. I should say just the one thing, the one audience that I always bear in mind is, to me, the German audience. Not because it's partly because I'm German, it's partly because the mission of our office in the Baltic states is basically transfer knowledge from the Baltic states and Ukraine to Germany, to mobilize the population, because we think that the elite in principle is well informed. They did not take the measures we hoped them to do in the speed we hoped them to do, but in principle they're well informed because they meet all the time with the same experts which are here. So what I wish you, the Germans probably as an example, because these Germans are also in other countries, think about what you communicate to people that you want to make aware of the threat, of the urgency, but also hold in the hand answers to it. And the strongest answer is, of course, Ukraine, where every military person thought they would be conquered in 3 or 4 days. Not everybody, but most, just looking at the sheer numbers, and Ukraine showed them otherwise. So it's interesting to hear from you as the former commander of operations in the armed forces of Poland. What deterrence do we need today in order to not fall into the next victim to the next attack? What kind of deterrence we need to prepare to have?
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce Polish perspective, and of course, thank you very much for the invitation and possibility to be here in such outstanding audience and to present some important issues. What worries me is the fact that we, as a Polish side, we have a relatively narrow representation here in this room, but I will recommend our politicians as well as chief of staff to strengthen our presence in the next edition, I believe.
Thank you.
Of course, I am not a German citizen, but I expect that we share the same challenges in terms of belief in the coming future. Like you said, 70% of the citizens believe that war is coming. Rest maybe not. Rest maybe have some doubts. I don't know the percentage in Poland, but we probably have exactly the same situation. Mm-hmm. Of course, The situation is changing, maybe not dramatically, but all the time it's changing. What we observe is a growing number of people who are going to be well prepared, who believe that each single citizen duty and responsibility is to defend the country. Of course, in many ways, not necessarily fighting on the front line, but the consciousness is all the time growing, as well as number of organizations is growing, which are going to support, which are going to prepare society as a group of the people, because the resilience of the society it was told in this room today. In the morning, the resilience of the society is a crucial element. So we are on the good way, I believe. Of course, we can discuss about the tempo as well of the speed of those changes, but everything is on the good way. Speaking about the resilience as well as the elements of deterrence, I do not surprise anybody in this room. We definitely, as an international community, means NATO, including European Union countries, including Poland, definitely we have failed deterrence as a fact. Definitely, we do not succeed in preventing the expansion of the conflict from the Donbas to the western direction. We are witnessing a continuous increase of cyber attacks as well as sabotage acts, not only in Poland, and various forms of border violation. We are all the time losing our sense of security and quality of life. Definitely there is, and in the same time, we are forced, not necessarily this act of our will, we are forced to allocate larger financial resources for the procurement process and for armament. And of course, what we also were not able to prevent, the Baltic Sea region as well as Black Sea and the bridge between those two seas is a theater of hybrid activities of Russia as well as activities of under the threshold of war. So definitely we have to adjust our definition per se, and of course our tools to be much more effective in the deterrence. What we can do.
Do we still need tanks for deterrence?
Yes, of course. We still need tanks. We still need aircrafts. We still need artillery, different calibers and range. As well as we still need cyber tools, as well as space elements and well-coordinated and well-adjusted ISAR systems and sufficient logistic and medical support. We need everything to be well prepared for the war, as well as in credible manner deter our adversary. Of course, what is also from my perspective, very important deterrent factor is a leadership. Transparent, strong, very concise leadership, which is, sorry for that, I'm thinking about military, Polish military perspective, which is really unique phenomena in our country, and definitely we have to develop such kind of. I'm not going to listen to number the needed military capabilities. I would like only underline the number one. From my perspective, is mentioned by me, well-coordinated and just multi-domain ISR system. Not only from the perspective of a single country, but rather from the perspective of NATO as a military organization, neighboring countries, because exchanging of the info between, for example, Lithuania and Poland has crucial meaning. I dedicated in my military service, especially last 4 years, a lot of effort to build appropriate law regulations, solutions, and tools to have a common, well-organized, well-coordinated situational awareness, and there are main points from my perspective.
Okay, you already put a lot on the table. I mean, just starting with a conventional question, we had a conversation, George, that with the experience of Ukraine behind, we don't expect, or we would not expect a Russian attack on another NATO or EU country in the same way as the invasion in 22 started. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Let me first thank the organizers defending the Baltics conference for having me here today. It's so wonderful to be back in beautiful Vilnius. Thank you for the question. Two quick points. I think for that 30% of those populations that don't assess that the Russians can pose a serious threat to NATO or EU member countries, I must say, the Russians, you might not go and choose to have war with the Russians, but the Russians certainly are choosing to prepare to conduct war against you. We are watching every day how the Russians are preparing their military, preparing their economy, preparing their operational concepts.
Building up tanks that are not used in the front, but for something else?
Well, they're reconstituting their tanks, preparing their tanks, but crucially, look, the Russians are thinking about the next war. 2022 and the invasion had several problems in how that was planned and executed. And the future Russian invasion and the future Russian aggression against a NATO member country need not look like what it looked like in 2022. And in fact, I think a lot of these intelligence estimates and forecasts that you see that say, well, the Russians have to rebuild their tank fleet, and therefore it will take them 5 years to reconstitute their tank fleet, so we have until 2030 to rebuild deterrence, and we'll basically be okay. I hope that's correct, but I must say, we need to consider an alternative hypothesis, which is, actually, if you look at the current fighting in the Donbass today, the Russians are able to conduct large-scale military operations largely without the prominent usage of mechanized equipment at scale. And actually, I would argue that
motorcycles and light infantry groups.
Light infantry groups, infiltration groups, drones, right. And the Russians have developed these interesting operational concepts that allow them to employ what assets they have to effectively, I think, render many of the capabilities that NATO member states take for granted in their defense planning scenarios. So I will argue and say that NATO has to be ready to deter and, if necessary, defeat a conventional Russian threat, and we can talk about what that would look like. It would not look like 2022, no more than 12 months after the end of active fighting in Ukraine, and we actually have a lot less time than many would argue.
Sanders, I would ask, what is your expectation for the timing? Because we had a conversation about that there's this number of 2030, there is the 29. What do you say to the numbers game, and on how to deter on the other hand?
My experience from reading and researching the way autocrats act is that if you give them the deadline, they will do it before. So that's very rational, and I would never wait for someone to be ready and only then attack. And I think I have to agree with the Polish general, and it's like, we have to be ready yesterday, and I think there are really great things we have started doing here in the Baltic states, but I would say we are a little bit late. So we have to be a little bit faster, and I think as small, really agile and resilient countries, we can do that. The problem with Russia is that it has shown its capacity to invent itself and reinvent its military during the wartime. For example, during the Second World War, Russia recreated its tanks and planes by 120 and 230% points. That's basically building planes and tanks anew, of course, with the help of the United States. That was the ally. And what is disconcerting to me is that Russia currently has a near-peer competitor ally to the United States, PLC, that cannot forgive Russia for letting the communism down, but now Beijing is doing everything to make sure Russia still stands, and probably this is a very problematic geopolitical challenge to the Western community, especially when the policies from the White House are a little bit perplexing, even though there is too much investment in Europe and the United States, and none of us is ready to lose something that has been built over 70, 80 years during Cold War, and I think this is great, and we are not really appreciating all the benefits here. But the Ukrainian major said, like, thank you, the organizers in the Baltic states, for having me here. Actually, we should be thankful and grateful to Ukraine for standing every day. Because the Black Sea region and the Baltic Sea region, if Ukraine fails, we are the most exposed. And next, standing in a way to Germany and France and the Western Europe. And I'm always very confused when I'm speaking with the Germans. It's like, how is it that they really don't understand that Russia is a threat? Every year in Riga, when we had this occupation monument, and all Latvians were trying to avoid this place during the anniversary of the Second World War victory, that the Russians were rehearsing the march back to Berlin and stuff, and they have been saying they want to restore the Soviet Union. Which part of the sentence the Germans didn't get? It means you lose Eastern Germany, and we are standing in a way. So your slow decision to help us build the walls that make better neighbors, and Berlin Wall was at some point making a little bit better neighborhood, would actually be helpful for all of us. And
honestly, I mean, as you say it, what I still don't understand is that 70% of Germans understand nowadays, according to polls, that Russia is a threat, but still vote to a high degree, more than 20-30%, for parties that have appeasement policy towards Russia. That basically say, like, so that means there is a number of people who are afraid of Russia, but think the best thing is to appease Russia.
I think it's like you can bring the French lessons to the German people. Sarkozy tried to call Putin in 2008, Macron in 2014, and Hollande, like the three presidents. But it didn't work. Like even President Trump didn't learn anything, and he still keeps calling the Russians.
Yeah, but Tomasz, you at least said to me that even in Poland, which to me is like the Baltic states and the Nordics, the bastion of the beacon of hope in the European Union, you have these trends, that you have people who are aware of the Russian threat and still would go a strange way of appeasement.
Yes, that's true. We should be accustomed and maybe not to accept, but partially sometimes accept that very narrow percentage of our society will have the different opinion and different way of thinking. We have still influencers in our Poland claiming that Russia is still opportunity to discuss. It is, once again, it is very narrow, but still present. It is one of the effects of democratical system. The freedom of voice, the freedom of gathering people. And the problem is that what the majority of the society are going to do with such kind of situation, and we should accept such kind of elements.
Yeah, this is a perennial problem across all of the NATO allies. We need to re-establish sovereignty of decision making. The Russian state doesn't have the conventional means to be able to defeat us in a fair fight or in conventional competition. And so the Russians have invested in very effective psychological and cognitive warfare tools that allow the Russians to control the premises through which and frame the debate and the way in which we think about these issues. And when you give the Russians the ability to think about how we frame the assumptions, frame the debate, frame the issues, it allows the Russians to have exercise control over our decision making. I mean, we've seen this in particular in the debate in the United States over the several years about what does or does not constitute appropriate levels of involvement and support for Ukraine. You're having a similar debate in Germany about Taurus now for a protracted period. And at the end of the day, the after-action report of that whole back and forth for a variety of systems and capabilities and policies has been actually, we've allowed the Russian framing to infect us and deprive us of sovereignty in our own decision making.
And what you describe basically needs answers both back to the debate about the resilience in society, how the society can hold together and build systems to respond after an attack, and the same thing for our armies to become more agile and adaptive to kind of how the war is changing. Now, Ukraine is, of course, experiencing these dramatic changes at the front line, dramatic changes how war is conducted, how the front line is kind of experiencing with the kill zone, with the kind of changing tactics of the Russian army. And the core question, I think, for everyone has is like, what is the recipe to become agile yourself in order to respond to a kind of agile, adapting, learning Russian army? What is the recipe?
Триваюча російська агресія справді показує, що путінський режим і путінська армія можуть вчитись.
So the current Russian aggression clearly shows that Putin's regime and Russian army is able to learn.
У 22-му році ми бачили довгі колони російської військової техніки і слабку логістику, яку було легко знищувати. Сьогодні це вже не так.
In 2022, we saw long columns of Russian equipment and poor logistic that was an easy target for our attacks. Today, it is not so anymore.
По всій лінії зіткнення ідуть штурмові дії з застосуванням великої кількості малих штурмових груп.
Throughout the entire front line, the fighting is being done by the small groups of assault.
Власне, лінія фронту динамічна, і мова не йде про статичну, стабільну, сталу оборону.
Front line is rather dynamic right now, and we're not talking about static defense.
Звичайно, використання великої кількості безпілотних систем, як наземних, так і в повітрі і воді.
Extensive usage of drones in the air, on the ground, and in the water.
І, безумовно, проведення великої кількості інформаційних і психологічних операцій.
And of course, conducting a huge amount of psychological operations and information operations.
Коли мова йде про російську армію і загрозу для Європейського Союзу і для НАТО, не обов'язково мова може йти про великі армії, корпуси чи бригади чи з'єднання.
When we're talking about the threat to European Union and NATO allies, we are not necessarily talking about conventional warfare.
Поки ми на цьому важливому заході обговорюємо, як захистити Європу, Росія щойно провела навчання на кордоні Польщі і Литви з висадки вертольотних десантних груп і захоплення заручників.
As we're talking now about how to defend Europe, Russia has recently conducted military training on the border of Poland and Belarus, and the concept of the training was to parachute from the helicopters and apprehend the hostages.
Як і зараз, Росія і далі буде випробовувати міжнародну систему безпеки і слабкі місця в безпеці Європейського Союзу і НАТО.
I think that Russia will keep testing the international security system and looking for the weak spots in the defenses of European Union and NATO.
Гібридна агресія Росії проти країн Балтії, проти Європи вже триває.
We already can see the hybrid aggression of Russia against the against the Baltic states and European countries.
І збої роботи аеропортів в Вільнюсі і в інших країнах і містах цьому яскраве підтвердження.
And a bright example of that would be the interference in the work of the Vilnius airport.
В російських внутрішніх документах справді стоїть позначка готовності до великої війни до 30-го року.
In the secret Russian documentation, we see that they are trying to prepare for the big war by 2030.
Але я погоджуюсь, що до 30-го це може бути і значно раніше.
But I also admit the idea that it might be earlier.
Росія побудувала міжнародну військову логістику за допомогою Північної Кореї, зокрема, завдяки якій отримує додатково мільйони боєприпасів.
Russia has managed to build the international military logistics, specifically thanks to North Korea, through which it acquires millions of ammunition.
Водночас обсяги і перелік військового виробництва в Росії – це не про війну з Україною.
But also, the military manufacturing in Russia is not only about war in Ukraine.
Це підготовка до значно іншого конфлікту, і, власне, російська пропаганда вже готує повним ходом до цього своє населення.
it is a preparation for a much larger conflict.
The
And
story of the tanks, that why are the tanks continued to be built in such amounts but not used at the front is exactly what you say.
And Russian propaganda is already pushing that agenda to the masses.
Російська пропаганда пояснює своїм громадянам, що в Україні йде війна не проти України, а проти НАТО, проти Заходу. І очевидно, що це підготовка до інших більш масштабних дій.
The Russian propaganda machine is explaining to the population that the war in Ukraine is not simply war against Ukraine, but it's war against NATO, against European Union, against the West.
І так, виробництво важкої бронетехніки і авіації, штурмової авіації, яка відбувається в Росії, це не про відповіді стосовно війни в Україні.
So, enlarged manufacturing of tanks, of the military aircraft in Russia is not simply to continue the war in Ukraine.
Росія побудувала воєнну економіку, і найближчим часом не передбачається скорочення армії, навпаки, Путін планує її нарощення.
Russia managed to build military economy, and in the foreseeable future, they are intending to increase the account of the military personnel.
І перебудувати цю військову економіку за короткий час Путін просто не зможе, інакше відбудеться соціальний колапс.
And Putin will not be able to stop the military economy on a dime, because otherwise the social collapse is going to be coming.
А значить, агресор буде шукати нові і нові можливості для застосування своєї армії окупантів.
Which means that aggressor will keep looking for new opportunities to engage the enlarged military force.
And then the core question is again, like, what lessons do we draw from this? And the first one is, how do we deter Russia on the front line? And this is the first question from the audience. Is advanced anti-drone systems or technologies? In September, Russia was able to launch dummy drones into Poland, and they were only shot down with expensive aircraft. So we have this problem that somehow NATO is responding to below threshold or hybrid attacks from Russia in a way that is very costly for us and very cheap for them. So it's a bunch of questions in this. I would ask first Tomasz, please all try to be brief. We have a bit more than 10 minutes. From the audience, questions, please write also in the system, because this is the first audience question I got, but if there's more questions, please write it in. Tomasz.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, opportunity to explain some elements and introduce the perspective. Thank you very much for your briefing as well as lessons. Unfortunately for us, was mentioned by our Ukrainian colleague, Russians all the time taken also lessons. They gain experience and all the time taking and implementing and adapting lessons from the war in Ukraine toward the future scenarios. What I observe, maybe you agree, maybe you don't, do agree or don't, but I observe doctrinal pivot of Russian thinkers as well as high-ranking military personnel to the hybrid escalation and adjustment of multi-domain integration. I mean about traditional military domain, land, sea, navy, cyber and space. And what also they prepare is the use of so-called below the threshold of war activities. Yes, they use sometimes dummy, sometimes cheap assets because they excellently know our system. We are quite open. We are very proud of our solutions, of our C2 elements, and we are very open in terms of our scenarios exercises, as well as communicate in very open manner what we are going to do and what is our potential answer. This is why, from Russian perspective, it's much easier to find the gaps in our narration, in our doctrines, in our...
So is it a mistake that we have such a clear narrative?
Partially, yes. Because, let's take as an example our defense plans. I've read many times opinion about how much ready we are, how many elements we have ready to use in our defense plans. There's no, let me say, journalist knowledge. They have this knowledge from reliable sources sometimes, like military or politicians. Sometimes we are open too much in communicating what we are going to do. This is why, in the opposite way, Russia has a much easier job to complete in this manner. Once again, speaking about, let me say, new deterrence, definitely, as was mentioned, we must be ready for tomorrow, even earlier, with the new edition of resilience. Especially when we are talking about that, we should accept that military presence in this matter, deterrence is not only a military job, is the military presence alone is not sufficient and not alone single tool to mitigate. But combine military readiness with political will and societal resilience should be the best way. I would stop here, giving the opportunity for my colleagues.
I'll offer two quick thoughts. To deter attacks, number one, requires first identifying when you're being attacked. And I'm sorry, but some of the responses from Western European governments who are NATO allies that I'm not going to name in the face of these unattributed, unidentified aerial vehicle incursions in their airspace has been really disappointing, because the Poles, the Romanians, the Baltic states have been very clear in attributing this to Russia. And so by not attributing this to the Russians, invites more attacks. So it's a decisive failure of deterrence right there in that capacity.
So the first, I mean, this is the first thing. So naming the attacks openly and transparently, where they come from and what they intend to do. Yeah?
Yeah, you have to call a spade, and if it quacks like a duck, then it's a duck. The other idea here is you need to have a defense industrial base that is capable of innovating at speed. To deter a Russian attack requires a variety of things. You have to defeat the Russian drone threat, you have to enable your own drone capacity, but really the requirement for that is you have to have industry that's ready to innovate at the speed at which Ukraine currently innovates. And there is no Western industrial base or any single firm that is able to do what the Ukrainian firm and network is able to do. And that is the key capability and the key thing that we really need, I think, to have in thinking about how do we get up to speed with what the Russians and the Ukrainians are currently doing, because they are multiple generations ahead of what we are doing.
But then the direct question that adds to that, which comes from the audience, is how come that we haven't deterred in the Baltic Sea region in a way that, for example, critical infrastructure in Kaliningrad was ever kind of targeted in the same way as critical infrastructure in the European Union was targeted by Russian below threshold operations. Yeah,
I suppose it's a collective action problem. I mean, I wouldn't be in the know to know, but I'd have to look at NATO and ask why have we not decided to respond to these attacks.
Sanders?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was thinking about this military industrial base, and currently we are in a state where small states are in the big state market buying everything that is available on the shelf, and the shelves are quite empty. Therefore, we have to think, it's like how do we sustain our defense capabilities and our deterrence posture in the long term. Of course,
and that is related to creativity and not only to buy what is on the market currently.
Exactly, and I'll go to that shortly. My argument has always been like I wish we were like Finland, 65 F-35s and then 900 like reserve and active military.
And 80% of male population in the reserve.
Absolutely. Every fifth combat ready. But what we should do, and it always like calms my mind when I see the Baltic ministers, the Baltic defense ministers, foreign ministers, presidents gathering together, the Baltic three musketeers from the Foreign Affairs Council acting together, going to the United States, to Germany, to explain what Russia really is again. Currently, like in the Baltic states, I think we have really good trend, with a little delay. Cooperation, scientists, innovators, because the future military leader or the soldier has to be partially engineered too, apart from the combat skills. And I I wish like I had more brothers, but one is actually sitting in this hall, Andris Vilkauskas from Kaunas Technical University, and we will, after this panel, we will discuss how can we innovate and make sure our scientists are cooperating closer to put something on a shelf, right? Something frustrating. Ukraine has been changing Russia, Russia is not adapting, you know. Ukraine has been changing Russia's military and the way it fights, the way it thinks, how close can it afford to go to Ukraine to avoid drone attacks. So it's not Russia. We will not change Russia like in the Baltic states. I have always questioned, you know, it's like when the Latvian, Lithuanian and Estonian president goes to Moscow to talk to Russians in the good times, what do we offer for Russia to change something? And I always this conclusion that Lithuanians are bringing shakotis, my favorite dish, Latvians Riga black balsam, but Estonians this Vana Tallinn liquor. My fear is that somebody can misperceive the Vana Tallinn with the liquor.
Yes, very good. I would come from the liquor to inspiration in general. That the kind of, because time is running, if you have the core lesson you want to say, like, this is what we need to learn from the kind of Baltic Sea region attacks against Ukraine, that we need now people in our societies to understand, what would that be, Sanders?
Total defense means that, like Finland, everybody is ready to fight and defend their families. Everybody's always perplexed with the state, but like family, my neighbor's family, and then local community, that's state. So let's call it families.
So basically to allow everybody to get entry into defending the country.
Invitation with small reforms, tax relief, something we can do it to make sure that Russia, when they see the unfolding trends in the Baltic states, they would be running away from us.
Yes. I mean, this is the story, I think, that the biggest deterrence, again, is mindset. If they think there's a bunch of crazy people that have guns in their cellars, then there is a different way of attacking them. George, what is your lesson?
NATO is a very capable alliance. It's very good for deterrence, but NATO is not a magic curtain. Membership in NATO is not a de facto guarantee that you will never be attacked by the Russians, and we must never take it for granted. And so therefore, we have to actively build deterrence. We have to actively prepare for the worst case scenario, and the best way to deter a Russian attack against a NATO member is to impose a version of an end state in Ukraine that is closer to a Russian defeat than a Russian victory in part or in whole.
Okay, that means total defense at home, and now comes the really beefing up of Ukraine support, the long promised, because the defeat in Ukraine at the end is the biggest deterrence and the biggest safeguard for Europe. Tomasz?
And the final conclusion, that balancing that between societal preparedness, our procurement and budgeting our military capabilities, we should be prepared in our mental approach to the potential future conflict, that the next war may not start with tanks, but rather with cable cuts, with satellite jammed, and of course known by us networks disrupted. And from my perspective, and in accordance with my knowledge and analysis, that this scenario is prepared for us as a Western community for the next stage of the operation.
Okay, this is the part, the technology advance and agility, where again, in all of your lessons, I would see there's a big role of civil society, not only in the military, not only in the state, because when you think of Blue Yellow in Lithuania having raised 100 million euros for direct frontline support in Ukraine from civil society and bring it directly there, they play such a role. When you look at the defense startups in Germany that built apart, despite the German slowness in taking some other measures and supplying drones for the front line in Ukraine, this is kind of like what you talk about. It's the kind of the bigger picture. And the different actors that can play a role. And then last and most important for us, if Andriy, you have the message, what you want to give to the audience, please, you have the last words.
Насамперед, безумовно, і ще раз подякувати за підтримку. Для народу України це дуже важливо.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the support because it is extremely important for the people of Ukraine.
І якщо говорити про головні уроки, то один з них – це так, потрібно готуватись суспільству, державі, армії і економіці.
And if we're talking about the major lessons, so yes, it is very important to prepare the society, prepare the army, prepare the economy.
Путін має розуміти, що ціна будь-якої нової військової авантюри його режиму проти європейської спільноти буде занадто великою і критичною для його режиму.
Putin must understand that the price of the next military endeavor against any of the Western country would be unbearable.
І також один з головних уроків – українці добре навчились розрізняти, коли Путін і його режим брешуть.
And another key lesson is that Ukrainians learned how to distinguish clearly when Putin and his regime are lying.
Вони завжди брешуть.
Which is always.
І це означає, що якщо сьогодні або Путін, або його речники говорять, що не збираються нападати на Європу, на країни Балтії і не готуються до нової війни, то ми висновки для себе точно зробили.
And when Putin and his leaders and speakers are saying that they are not intending to exhibit any sort of military aggression to the Baltic states or NATO members, well, we have our outcomes.
І щиро сподіваємось, що всі необхідні висновки зробить сильна і об'єднана Європа.
And I hope that strong and independent Europe will infer all the right things from this situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this panel. It's all impulses that should fuel the debate. The real things happen not at the stage, but in the coffee breaks. You all know that. And this is why your impulses matter so much. For me, the example of Baltic states, I take Lithuania out because we are in Lithuania. We need probably also in countries like Germany locked and loaded for hard defense-mindedness in the society, civic resilience initiative to more soft defense-mindedness, the Riflemen's Union, blue-yellow, all these parts of civil society that basically create a society that can defend itself and that can support winning this war. Ukraine stays our example. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for listening in.
Appreciate you all having me here. It's a real honor. And I will try to leave some time for questions at the end. I know you're able to ask questions through an app, and I think there's a tablet somewhere that I'll get. So this is a very big topic, and I'm really going to narrow it down to one very important area of technology. So we're all thinking in the shadow of Ukraine, and it's tempting to treat this war as it's ongoing as a sort of universal preview of the next war. But it's not, of course, even if that next door is with Russia in this same neighborhood. Big states with a tradition of advanced military power and small states with fewer options should be taking very different lessons from this war. And if we try to draw one common set of lessons, the small will stay vulnerable, and the big will start imitating the weak. And I'm going to focus on drones here and try to apply this and try to say something a little provocative, so I hope I get some people that violently disagree with me, maybe not too violently. So a small or medium state facing an existential threat is playing a very different game than a large power. They have different aims, different loss tolerance, different industrial realities, and different timelines. So how should small states like the Baltic countries take lessons from Ukraine? In a way, they're a little more straightforward, but also stark. In the initial phase of the war, you may not control the air, your stockpiles will be spent down quickly, and your allies' patience is finite, unfortunately. So your first priority is avoiding rapid defeat, the coup de main that presents allies with a fait accompli rather than a fight that is worth joining. Your second priority is raising the costs of aggression so high, so quickly, that your enemy's political will cracks before yours does, or at least your allies see something is possible to defend. Ukraine has survived for 4 years, but that timeline itself reveals the challenge. Small states cannot sustain that kind of war. You need to make yourselves indigestible in the critical first weeks and create the conditions for allied intervention rather than negotiation over your fate. For a big state like the United States, Ukraine is something else. It's a warning about what happens when your system fails to bring its advantages to bear. And it's a reminder that you should not design your future force around someone else's emergency improvisations. So those are different lessons. So for small states, strike drones and small reconnaissance drones are cost-effective deterrents and useful for those initial few weeks, especially of operations. But for large states, a small drone dependence represents, I would argue, underperformance. So the same systems that can be right for Lithuania are the wrong answer for the United States. And this is really about where you are on a continuum, not either or. For smaller states especially, drones have genuinely shifted what is possible. Until just a couple years ago, if you were a small country looking at a larger adversary, your options for generating military power were pretty limited, especially if you were trying to do it quickly. You could mobilize people, but you don't have many compared to Russia. You can dig in, but you don't have much physical trade space. And before, you could not manufacture precision lethality at scale, but now you can. If you have the industrial know-how, access to components, a permissive bureaucratic environment, and the right preparatory investments in technical education, you could stand up an ecosystem of reconnaissance and strike drones, push that down to very low echelons, blanket key areas with sensors that cost thousands of dollars rather than millions of dollars. So you're making the natural strength of the defense more lethal by delivering cheap precision, and that gives you a way to cash that out into real attrition. For small states, this is an extraordinary opportunity. It's not a replacement for artillery or air defense or alliances, but it is a way to generate more meaningful military power quickly from a relatively small economic base. So if you're a small state, the FPV drone ecosystem that Ukraine has built is not optional, it's necessary. You should be, and you are, studying how they organize it, secure components and stockpile them, train operators, and experiment. But before I turn to what larger powers, especially the United States, being here as an American and a little parochial, should learn, we need to acknowledge that Ukraine is actually fighting 3 different campaigns with aerial drones. At the contact line within 30 kilometers of the front, Ukraine is fighting the attritional campaign that we all see every day. FPV strikes on trenches, vehicles, and infantry positions, short-lived systems, high loss rates, and constant replenishment. So it's a war of necessity dictated by constraints. Ukraine is also fighting a deeper campaign that looks very different. Ukrainian-designed long-range drones have struck Russian air bases 700 kilometers from the border, fuel depots, power plants, and ammunition storage sites. But there's a third campaign that so far for Ukraine has been largely unsuccessful, and that's that middle fight between 30 and 300 kilometers. My friend Mike Kaufman likes to call that the donut hole in the Ukrainian drone strategy. Ukraine lacks enough middle strike options to hit the countless targets its units can see in depth, and it can't reach them. This is not about expensive Western cruise missiles versus cheap FPVs. It's about mid-tier tactical strike systems that are better than HIMARS, but cheaper than air-launched cruise missiles. And Ukraine is probably, I suspect, going to work hard to close this gap in the coming year. The lesson for small states, though, is clear. Build capabilities across all 3 ranges, but prioritize what defends your territory and prevents rapid defeat, and I would say those are those smaller systems. Now, for the United States looking at Ukraine, you don't want to become dependent on FPV drones. You don't want to fight like Ukraine, and that would actually represent a disaster for the United States and its allies. You should have the resources and systems to skip most of the attritional fight at the contact line. Your goal is to focus on what Ukraine is reaching for, both in its deep campaign and what it's going to aim for in its middle range efforts, but to do so in a way that is repeatable at scale, like a staccato, and in sync with the rest of the force. This is not about replacing cruise missiles again or tactical FPV drones. This is about building affordable, high-volume systems across both ranges, middle tier and deep. Like I said, this is along a continuum, so I'm not saying that US forces will never need or use small FPV drones. They're going to be important for infantry forces in Europe and in the Pacific. And at the tactical level, these small drones we've discovered are simply better at some things. They provide better fire support than mortars in many cases. They're often more effective than anti-tank guided missiles. And for formations operating in the Indo-Pacific, let's say in the first island chain's critical choke points, these smaller systems may prove very effective. But the broader point stands. Many ways drones are being used around the front in Ukraine are tactics of forces operating under severe constraints. They're what you do when you lack air superiority, when munitions are scarce, when large formations are constantly under threat, and when logistics are strained. So if you're a large power like the United States that has invested for decades in air, naval, space, and long-range strike capabilities, you don't want to say the future is trench line, first-person view drones, because you would be trading away your strongest cards for someone else's emergency workaround. And this is where I want to talk about this phrase, attritable mass. It's very in vogue. I'm sure many of you have heard it many times. Attritable sounds like a technical word, but what it just means is it's something that you can afford to lose. And in one sense, it's good that we're all thinking seriously about loss tolerance and cost per effect, but this really distorts what mass has meant in military affairs traditionally, and I think has distorted our larger conversation about military power. Historically, mass means the ability to concentrate force in space across points of weakness, and in time at the right moment to break the enemy's cohesion. So now we have this phrase, attritable mass, which basically means a very large number of things that we are comfortable losing quickly. And that matches what we see in Ukraine, short systems, high loss rates, relentless replenishment. And in that context, it makes sense. But if advanced militaries define mass primarily in those terms, they risk optimizing for surviving high loss rates instead of thinking when, where, and why they are massing in the first place. And of course, it's not just us thinking about this, it's Russia and China are working hard on their own versions of cheap, numerous, and networked drones. But I would argue they're doing this out of weakness to offset American strengths. And the way to counter these asymmetric methods, it's not to do the same thing, and the cost curves and purchasing power is just not on our side anyway. And so the way out of this for the United States, and especially the United States supporting its allies in Europe, is to take maneuver seriously and apply it to uncrewed systems. Other people have spoken about this, Mike Horowitz, Michael Kaufman, Julia Filberti Allen, but this isn't really resonating enough, I think. Maneuver emphasizes speed, tempo, surprise, concentration of force at key points, and exploitation to turn local success into systemic collapse. And if you layer that onto combined arms integration, depth and simultaneity, sustaining momentum, you actually have some really important lessons for uncrewed systems. So you can look at the attrition model, which is what we see in and around the front, within 30, 40 kilometers of the front in Ukraine. It imposes costs and it degrades combat power, but it only does so incrementally. So it doesn't break the enemy system, it just grinds it down. If you look at a maneuver model, one example might be you're planning an operation against a logistics node, a railhead that's 150 kilometers away. It's defended by modern air defenses. 48 hours before the strike, you might push out long-range endurance ISR drones to map the enemy air defense network. 12 hours before, loitering munitions begin hitting nodes in the network to create gaps. And at H hour, manned strike aircraft penetrate through the suppressed corridor and deliver precision strikes. Follow-on systems continue suppression, prosecute secondary targets. The enemy's logistics network suffers systemic disruption. The divisions depending on that railhead lose combat power, not because you attritted them directly, but because you collapsed the system sustaining them. So this is maneuver. It's similar to what we saw Israel do against Iran not too long ago, but imagine that happening a dozen times a day and linked up with what's happening elsewhere. Both approaches use uncrewed systems, the attrition model, maneuver model. Both can be effective in different contexts, but they require different technologies, different operational concepts, and different training and industrial strategies. So that's what I think the US should focus on. And this isn't about turning back to the exquisite model on everything. The question is, what is matched to mission? A stealthy, long-range endurance ISR platform operating 200 kilometers deep, it needs to be able to survive contested environments, so making it attritable defeats the purpose. So I'm not calling for going back into over-investing in exquisite systems that are too few, too expensive, and too slow to regenerate. But those exquisite systems did produce some very good results for the United States. The response from weaker adversaries has been to use volume, dispersion, and cheap systems to impose costs. But the danger is as the stronger party, we say we should become like them, and that would be an overcorrection. Whereas the right move is asking, where did our exquisite approach deliver operational payoff? Where did it make us rigid? And how do we keep the parts that give us maneuver options while simplifying, cheapening, and scaling the rest? There's a lot that I could say about what I think NATO should do to operationalize this, and I'll probably write this up as an article. I know the editor at War on the Rocks pretty well, but I do want to leave a couple minutes for questions and argument. So thank you. So Justus asks, would it make sense for small Baltic states to build up domestic drone-producing capacity given they lack strategic depth? And that taken out quickly, would off the shelf. So I do think it makes a lot of sense for countries like the Baltic states and even Poland to focus on these smaller systems, whereas I think it makes more sense for, talking about industry here mostly, where I think if you're looking at France, the UK, Italy, focusing on that mid-tier, and then the US focusing on a lot of the software that knits it together according to a NATO standard, importantly, not getting everyone on an American standard, which I think would be bad for a lot of reasons. But I think that it's about this points to a healthy division of labor within NATO, about how companies from different countries can specialize. And redundancies are good, but if you have too much duplication of the same small systems everywhere, I don't think that's good, and I worry that's where we're heading. Let's see. How do you deter Russia at the front line? Well, once you're at the front line, you haven't deterred them, I would say. And I guess I'll just make a comment on timing here. There's a lot of thinking, maybe even some people in this room, there's been a lot of thoughtful pieces about, well, when the war in Ukraine ends, how long will it take for Russia to regenerate the combat power to have a go at, say, Lithuania or another country in the neighborhood? And I think that's a really important question. Of course, it also comes down to intent, and I was discussing with a journalist last night, it's very hard to understand what Putin actually wants to do or why, and much less what he'll want to do in 6 months, 5 years, 10 years. But if we're just looking at capability rather than intent, it's a tough question, because if you know you're going to have 10 years as opposed to 3 years, you're going to make bets on different things and buy different things now as opposed to further along the timeline. But of course, we can't know. So we do have to make some bets, but it really comes down to when we actually think the war is going to happen and de-risking that decision as much as possible. But anyway, I'm standing in between you and lunch, and I'm going to end 25 seconds early. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Before you leave, just a reminder, lunch is going to be on until about 2:10, which will be the next panel. So if you want to come back to the room a few minutes before that, we'd really appreciate that. And with that, I know you're hungry, so go eat.